Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. Do you feel welcomed to the stream by this welcoming background music? That's not scary and ominous and concerning? Just kidding, it is all of those things. That's right, Monday Moon Day. Hello and welcome. And yeah, as was stated before I hit the recording button, we finished the moon for now. It's time for whatever is after the moon now. Which is probably something concerning, if I had to guess. I'm concerned. Sucrose is sitting at the desk. Hello, Sucro. Well, could get them in? Maybe. It was funny to just leave this in Charlie in for a bit while I was playing the game the other day because I wanted to try Ninja some more. Actually, hold on. Need to be right back for like 2 seconds. That was slightly more than 2 seconds, but you know, time is fake. At times like this in this story, I feel like I really need to have something to do to lead into continuing. But I've got nothing. Doman Restoration was over a long time ago. I've got this, which is not as funny because I'm not doing quick ventures, so they won't be stealing Porcino's floor anymore. I should probably upgrade the gear of my retainers at some point. Eventually. Anyway, maybe. I feel like, well, there's nothing else to do. Then just go. I don't know why I said I feel like that. What's up, Tataru? You don't look that worried. Sky's aflame. I think maybe I should be a little worried. Tataru is furrowing her brow in consternation. This is level 85. This is only halfway through the leveling up part of the expansion. And also the expansion continues after you hit max levels, so that's not even really a good indication of total progress through the expansion. It would be a little weird if they were stealing Porcino's floor when that's like a few blocks away from here, I guess. Oh, Sucro, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Radzat Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. My Tataru voice will never be the same between streams. For some reason. Ah, there you are. Nod. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Radzat Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Gasp. Well, Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Radzit Han are busy fighting for their lives. Alphino's hair is vibrating at high speed for some reason. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Nod. Agreed. Kral, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Nod. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Yedlamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Nod. Parentheses group. If this calamity has indeed come to Thavnair, it is all too likely that Corvos across the strait finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now it remains an imperial province. Hello and welcome. And as such, it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope that Kryl and Tataru will be able to provide us with some insight sooner rather than later. If the might of Vritra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay, Radzit Han is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest. It would seem there is a stagnancy of ether in the skies above Radzit Han, unbeknownst to even to Vritra. That would be a powerful barbershop quartet. I would rather accompany you to Thavnair, but Raha's concerns are well founded. The last thing I would want is to be a burden. And so I will remain here with Tataru and do all I can to gather knowledge that may serve us in the battle to come. Godspeed in your journey, Sucro. We do not wield the creation magics that the ancients did, yet still these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause? With the fall of the tower in Thavnair, the Hanish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace, and now this. You could say the peace that something that land is but fleeting, etc., or whatever Urianger said in the trailer. No similar creatures have been sighted here in Charlian. That said, the earliest signs may manifest in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. I'm glad for Kryl's support. I'll also call upon Hori Boulder and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. I feel like all of my voice acting is different already. That's fine. I never claimed to be a professional voice actor or anything. So does this... Okay, the ominous music is limited to the inside of the inn, specifically. For now. It might also be happening in Thavnair. The end of days. At this time of year, in this place, localized entirely within the Baldessian Annex. Just kidding, it's also over here. And lo. Seems bad. Seems more like they're falling than rising, though. I mean, like, out of the sky. And whatnot.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash.
Yeah, this... I think this is exactly...
Sun scorches earth and boils seas.
Some of this is exactly Amorat. Oh, that's nasty looking.
And our sins
oh, that's from trailer. I remember you from trailer. Blech.
3 dooms to unmake all we were.
Lots of nasty creatures here.
sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
The days are truly final.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Various nods.
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
Oh, that's bad. That makes things considerably worse, I would say. Various reactions of determination.
Was observed throughout our lands. The first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city.
Hello and welcome. R.I.P. Teleji Adeleji. I hope that Teleji does not transform into two separate beasts after the final days begin.
Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies.
Content warning for body horror, utter despair, child endangerment, and in some cases death. Well, okay then. Great. Sarcastic, great. Not great at all, in fact.
The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Nod.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
You got it.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Yeah, this does seem like a change in tone happening in Thavner. Everyone is nodding, by the way. Sucro? Oh. Apocalypse, says the weather. Great. Hey, what's up? Not right now, but different from, oh yeah, it was termination. Stay strong, every life we save matters. Yes, we must save all we can. Something about gracious Murga. They say we should evacuate to the ward, but would it even protect us from this? Great question. Don't worry. No matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. If it's true that the people themselves have transformed into beasts, why, even the Radiant Host could suffer the same fate. Or us, perish the thought. I shall survey the environs closely as we go about our search. There may be some clue as to how we can combat this phenomenon. Usually, the most dangerous foe in a worm's domain is the worm themselves. If I were Vritra, I would be as offended as I am horrified. Sorry, Boaster. I forgot you were here. Innocent souls twisted and reformed into unholy abominations. I thought I'd seen the last of such nightmares with the Sin Eaters. We must act quickly, Sucro. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. So the beasts are not born of creation magics run amok, but are rather the altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, this manifestation of the final days differs from that which we witnessed in Amarat. And for the worse, I dare say, if any man, woman, or child could become a beast at any moment, there's no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. This music is pretty intense, and now it's different again. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we called Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Nod. Oh, that's a dungeon. Okay. I didn't think we were right next to a dungeon. Reminder that I know very little about 6.0. That's interesting. I thought we were going to another region of the map. Like this one over here, for example. I pray we are not too late to spare the settlements within Vanaspati the fate that has befallen our city. Once we meet with Vritra and the Radiant Host, they should be able to tell us more of the present situation. Time to talk to everyone again, instantly. Oh wait, no, actually this is the same. This is a rare instance of the small talk of party members being the same as their dialogue was immediately prior to the dungeon beginning. Interesting. Gracious Murga, grant your strength to the Radiant Hosts, is what that person said that I didn't catch before. So, this is the party it's automatically given to me. Have I actually let Alphino? Oh yeah, Alphino was healer in the first dungeon because we didn't have much of a choice then.
I stand
Right there.
ever
Let's
ready.
give it our all.
I think this is just the party I'm picking like every time these days, for whatever reason. Alize always seems to like feel personal about the events of the story and want to punch stuff, like more than Y'shtola, and like we haven't seen Estinian much. And we haven't seen Graha that much overall, and Graha's like the best healer of the three. And we don't even have Urianger available right now. I don't know. Alize always seems to really want to be directly involved more than everyone else does. Pointy ears gang? I guess so. Wait. Now that you mention it, he is the only one of like the usual crew that doesn't have pointy ears, huh? Unless your main character is not someone who has pointy ears, but Sucro has those, as you can see. That dungeon graphic doesn't look particularly promising for how well things are going to go and are going. That doesn't look particularly promising either. That looks like fire and everything being on fire. The character creation actually calls out curiously rounded ears for the here. I didn't remember that. But Ruganon also have rounded ears. Oh, this is the dungeon music too. I didn't even like parse that. That's really good. It just sort of carries into the Looks like concerning creatures. God save us! Terminus Trampler. Oh. Well. Welcome to Vanaspati, I guess. Welcome to the jungle, as they say in music, occasionally. They don't have any fun here. They have fire and, like, hell at the moment. They don't have any games here either at the moment, outside of this itself being a video game. Unless perhaps this is a game to whoever or whatever might be responsible for the final days. Which is a fairly common plot point amongst god entities in video game. Oh, that's...
My friends,
that's Vritra.
heed me. These are children of Thavner.
That's true.
Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Vritra is having the trouble that was described. Also, Alize said, please try to stay calm. And Graha said, all too reminiscent of the Sin Eaters. Yeah, this is basically Holminster Switch 2.
I have you now.
I think another argument in favor of having the NPC party be Istinian and Alize is that they will fight each other over who gets to spam limit breaks instantly. And that's kind of funny. Ah, fall back, thank you!
This is the only way.
Sorry, Vritra, we have to fight people.
I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
A sound plan, says Istinian. That's one way you could, okay, Terminus Pursuer, Terminus Idolizer. I'm messing up my, rotation a lot. I'm trying to see if I can think of any, like, connecting factors in the names of these enemies, other than the Terminus part, to, like, see if I can piece together anything about what might be going on more exactly. That's Caliphisteri's model? Yeah. I remember Terminus Idolizer specifically as being one that there were shown like thousands of in the trailer when the narration was talking about the final days being upon us and all that.
Allow me.
So they have a naming scheme not exactly unlike how the Sin Eaters also have a naming scheme, though the naming schemes aren't terribly similar. Trampler, Pursuer, Idolizer. Like, I can't really think of any connection between all of these verbs that doesn't sound like I'm reaching for a connection or stretching a little bit. Like, I could think that like all of these could pertain to like the obsession or pursuit without regard for anything else. Like, Pursuer is the more direct one about that. But like, you can sort of obsessively idolize someone or something without thinking of the consequences. Trampling is something that would sort of happen if one were not thinking about consequences of certain things. Maybe? Question mark? Oh. Even if a monster in a dungeon is exactly the same as where it appears somewhere else, the game gives it a unique name, but for both Sin Eaters and Terminators, they're always named the same things. Interesting. Oh no. Oh no. I don't like this boss arena setup of like one person about to transform into a boss fight. That's concerning to me, and also sad. It's too late for us all. All we can do is offer a swift death. Terminus Snatcher. Okay, that doesn't really follow what I was attempting to construct from the naming schemes, except that they're all verbs. Note of Despair.
This will hurt.
They could... Oh.
I have you now.
Someone cast Magic Mouth, parentheses, the worst type of it. The only theme I can think of for like the boss names at this point, or the enemy names, is that they're all like verbs that could happen when people are experiencing great despair or whatever. Okay, the fact that this is called Mouth Off is a little bit funny. That's a little bit of levity, perhaps. Also, that move, that's right sweep was called What Is Right. So this boss has, they made funny attack names at least, I guess.
You underestimate me.
Lost Hope. Oh no. This again. This mechanic that was somewhere else, but I don't remember it. But I sort of like half forgot what it was about and then managed to intuit it anyway. Someone will remember, surely, where that showed up. Using Magic Mouth to leave funny prank messages seems like the ideal use of it. Okay, what is left? So... yeah. I don't think I saw the Magus Sisters do that. I was thinking it was like way earlier in the game. First appeared in the Evil East raids. That sounds right. That would fit with the theme of despair, am I right? Ha 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 ha. Joke about Evil East. And my opinion of it.
On guard.
Allow me.
We can't afford to slow down, says Alize. The chosen path. Having an area in this dungeon be called the chosen path is concerning. Okay, the chosen path. What are the other? Tonakia? Don't know what that means. Wandering Wellspring. Civilians up ahead, said Alize. Oh no. Also, corpses. The end has come! Ah! Howler, Sprinter. Oh. It's the Apocalypse horse. The combination of horses and the apocalypse is an inside joke to me at this point in time. So there's a Dungeons and Dragons homebrew class that is based on like the Four Horsemen, and it's very silly in how it's very like edgy in how it's written. And I joked with Dungeon Master, Game Master Aya about how since Rodna, my Dungeons and Dragons character, was always like having a lot of bad luck and trauma going on, that if I rolled the number 13 in some way 13 times, I should be allowed to change to that job. I did in fact roll 13 times, but I did not change to the Apocalypse job. But I do threaten that Rodna will get a horse sometimes when things go badly for her, which is funny to me. That's the end of my inside joke explanation. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk, I guess, or whatever. We have to get away from here. What's wrong? Mother? Oh no. It's hopeless, hopeless! Please hold on. Be on your guard. Oh, okay. No, no, make it stop! I can't believe what I'm seeing. Well, horror and weep. Horror is not a verb. Also, this creature looks a lot like a certain mini-boss in Final Fantasy VI that I believe has already been present as a model in this game. Though it wasn't exactly like this, it was pretty similar. That creature being Hunbaba in the original translation, and maybe Hunbaba in the retranslation? Or Humbaba? Yeah. Yeah, this makes sense as a spot for a crying emote, because, like, geez. Alize also said, is there nothing we can do? And Estinian said, if this is what we must do. Meant to be horrifier? Maybe. My best guess for all of the enemy names is that they are verbs that people do in the face of despair, or sometimes like things that people experience in the face of despair. Though some of them are more abstract, like Shadower over here, which is immediately throwing me off in that regard. The flames roar ever fiercer, says Graha. They could also be like sources of despair. Sometimes, like, I don't know. Well, yeah, I was thinking like spying or following, but like that's a little more abstract and not like one of the first things that you'd think of people doing in response to like despair, but it could happen. The music in this dungeon is pretty cool, by the way. Oh, was it? I actually wasn't sure. Oh, that's what you were talking about, I think. More specifically, is that the enemies in Amarat and the enemies here have the same naming scheme. I didn't even, like, parse that correctly. I don't think these are the same models. Some of them might be. But I think most of these are, like, new? I'm not 100% sure on that. I almost checked. Oh, I got offending item. Is that better? No. Terminus Wrecker. That fiend was once one of us. Oh god, like the elephant trunk tail and like the elephant ears. Yeah, this is like a very corrupted I'm blanking on the name of the elephant people. Arkasodra, yeah. That's correct. That one. Total Wreck. Yeah, considerably unpleasant. Oh hey, it's a return of mechanic where you have to hide in a bubble that was also somewhere long ago in the game. Meaningless destruction. Hey, where was the bubble mechanic from? Yeah, I know that everything will be worse than my, here. I wonder if there's some sort of theme with the obscure reused mechanics as well. Like, maybe these are all mechanics that people took a while to figure out and that's part of a joke or something. I don't know. I keep accidentally using Divine Veil instead of a mitigation thing. Like it is a mitigation, but it's not a mitigation for me. is what I mean.
This will hurt.
Hey. Oh yeah, yeah, there. Oh, that's like okay. That's not just a trunk. That's the entire face. Like there's the tusks and the eyes are there. This is certainly body horror, as was mentioned. Yeesh. Alize said there are likely more ahead. We have another... Insight is the name of this boss arena. That seems concerning, also. The Temple Stones. Yeah, the art team is definitely conveying what they intended to. Sun's Ascent. Making an effort to pay attention to, like, location names and whatnot. Arrive in Devatagara. A star shower. This is... Oh. Hello. Hey, look, it's like from trailer. When thousands of the... Terminus Idolizer are there, like I said. And you only see this if you look up. Well, okay, maybe not exactly. You do crest a hill. Robber. Twitcher. Oh, are these directly Amarat enemies? I will believe that. I have no reason not to believe you. I just don't have a memory. I don't know if lovely is how I would describe any of the visual design happening. Hello and welcome. I would say it is well done. I would say it is more horrifying than lovely most of the time. Robin, notice when there's only 2 enemies left and change your rotation accordingly. Challenge difficulty. Not impossible, but it takes me a while. It's good as what you're... Okay, fair enough. Oh. Clever. Hey look, it's the Bellwether, as mentioned previously. But 2 of them. Are they going to summon more enemy? That's one way to escalate, is to have a boss from the previous relevant dungeon. Relevant to, like, the end of days type of thing going on. They're not summoning extra enemy yet. There. Something about Graha's there. Oh, there's... Yeah, there. There's the enemy. Something about Graha's there seems like very incorrect for the tone that we're going for right now. Oop. I misunderstood. My rotation is messed up a little. Oh yeah. That is a pretty clever observation there with the statue. Hey, look, I noticed there were only 2 left this time. They really want to make sure you get a look at that statue. Oh, okay. Hello there. This is the creature. Oh. Oh. Well. Blasphemy. Svarabanu. This is a creature that is featured in the trailer that consumes the Warrior of Light and is then destroyed from the inside by this. I sure hope that doesn't happen in the fight. And oh, you also destroyed you destroyed the monster head of the statue, not just the arm. Well, it can't be, said Alize. There! I just tried to weave 3 things. That's not how this game works. Unless you're crafting as a weaver, then that is how this game works. Ethereal disruption. What does this mean? I have no idea what was happening. I just stood where Graha. Wait. I guess it is kind of this or that, isn't it? There's red and blue. I don't know what any of this means, so I'm just hoping, mostly. Gnashing of teeth. Well, you do have plenty of those. There.
You underestimate.
Red circle or blue triangle? I barely even saw those. I saw them like once. No, my atonement stacks. Boo. Oh. I'm just following the lead of the NPCs mostly. Ow, I failed. Okay, there's the circle. Oh wait, that's the area that gets hit, you said. Okay. It's difficult to fully understand everything that's happening. There's a lot of visual effects happening at the same time. Oh, I thought you were saying there were cues in the sky hinting at the boss fight before the boss happened. Or something of that nature.
I'll tend to your wounds.
Okay, so now blue's going to get hit, I guess. I saw the bleed.
You underestimate me!
There. That Graha Atia voice clip is now funny to me. Because it is so incorrect for the tone of this dungeon.
Svarabhanu, lit. Splendor of Radiance, is an Asura traditionally held responsible for solar eclipses in Vedic mythology.
Interesting. Creature is close, still fighting in the skies above. That was the worst of them, or at least I hope it was. This must be the blasphemy they spoke of. The horrors of Amarat born anew. Alphino? Y'shtola? I see no trace of the person it once was. Y'shtola just says ... which is kind of surprising. There's the, statue head that was knocked over. So that's where that landed. There's a lot of chaos and destruction going on, as you might guess. Is the weather still apocalypse? Yep. You know, it probably has something to do with the ether that she's seeing. Ruined. Huh?
As I feared.
What did you fear? Everyone
What
looks
is
at
it?
Y'shtola.
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
That is very worrying.
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well.
Oh, I was expecting it would get worse. I just didn't have any way
There
to
is
know
no
how.
ether. Where the
Oh.
creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
How does this work?
Emptiness? But that would mean...
I'm concerned by this.
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
Huh.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhaps so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Hey, this seems bad. Just saying.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved.
Not by any means known to me.
This is pretty
Or by
bad.
any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
That's... Wow.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The Sharlayans found something in the ethereal sea. They've specifically found God, that's right, Heidelin. It's like the ethereal sea drying up or something? I'm sure we'll learn. Hey, what's up? All dragons have to roar when they land from flight. It still happens.
Their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all.
Yeah, it's not the time for secrets, really.
Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, Aiwan? Thou dost forget thyself.
Oh, yeah. From a Dotharl perspective, that would be a lot.
Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Nod.
Take me with you.
I have to do the part of the trailer where I fly around on your back and fight stuff. That was really cool.
I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Look, Estinian's put all of his points into fighting and being cool and is not very good at anything related to politics or talking. For most of the time.
Estinian, here.
Whoop.
It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl.
Ha!
We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective.
Ha!
And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
Elevated perspective. Humph.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Estinian is always falling. He's good at it. He's weaponized it. That's fine.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
Yeah, Estinian has to be in the Discord group chat. It's not the time for secrets. It's not the time for not being in the Scions group chat. But it's still the time for secrets, apparently. But, you know.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Saving the world is like our entire mission statement, so...
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Step 1, evacuate, probably. I mean, that is a little concerning, yeah. I would suggest we get out of this place, if possible. Probably. The weather is still apocalypse. However, the music is less depressing at the moment. A little bit. All life must end in death, yet death in turn gives birth to new life, such as the flow of ether. To think that natural cycle could simply be cut off, the very thought makes me shudder. After so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the tempered. But these poor souls, they vanish without a trace. Is there truly no saving them? While Estinian and Vritra defend Razat Han from above, we on the ground must find a means to prevent these transformations, and soon. The stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be wary. Worry not, I can see your ether and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Salute, nod. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. You can now go to Vanaspati with the trust system, yay! Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Nod. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Pax's path. Thancred and Nishtola pray make for Dharma. I leave Artha to Graha and you, Sukro. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we've completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap. Nod, determined. Shall we be off, then? Artha is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. Graha is now accompanying you. I don't see any optional conversations on the map. But I've already forgotten if you're allowed to teleport with an NPC accompanying you, so you know. It's not much of a walk anyway, so it's fine. Oh, that's another player. I don't know why I thought that was an NPC. Yeah. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch any sight of any of the creatures? Do you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of the Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we know now where we should... I do believe we know now where Speaking is difficult. Where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. Nod. I do believe we know now where is a set of words that somehow was difficult in a row. There is now an optional conversation. So this is Thavnarian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert on Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlene, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days, I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alec. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvos again, if only once. I haven't seen the Dawn Trail trailer, but I wonder, or teaser trailer, but I wonder if going to Corvos is part of Dawn Trail, maybe? Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we have more pressing concerns these days. We have not come in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone as quickly as it came. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams, then a horde of ravening beasts came charging toward us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Merid, throwing people about like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you're able. I suspect that is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. My time looking through here originally? Sort of? Yeah, there were more people around, that's true. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy might have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mayhain can surely tell us more. Nod. It's definitely emptier, and that makes sense. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. Started over there by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands and black mist was swirling about him. And his whole body bursts apart and there stands a hideous slavering beast. Massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. Remember how the boss said, "I'm ruined"? And now we're learning that it was a merchant who transformed. Presumably something about their trading business had completely fallen apart. So this, like, it seemed pretty possibly clear from like what was happening in the dungeon, but it seems that like once people go into full panic or despair mode, they transform. If they are in a region currently experiencing the apocalypse and final days stuff, would be my guess. And I would also guess furthermore that the apocalypse happening probably makes people fall into despair more easily, both for more mundane reasons and also possibly for some magical ones. Maybe like ethereal imbalance affects the mind or something. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. And yeah, despair begets despair. More literally than usual in this case, perhaps. Or more directly. Or something of that nature. I don't know. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Milil the barmaid chatting with them, though. She might know something. By the time it was done, I haven't talked to everyone twice. By the time it was done, every last man at their table had turned into some hideous thing. The rest of us were lucky to escape with our lives. We're not specifically being directed to talk to Milil yet. Huh? Oh, pardon me, I was just... Anyway, take a seat wherever you like. We're open for business, as per usual. I'm guessing we'll talk to her next. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too, we all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merid poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant Host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn. I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky. I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. That is interesting information. Even if you're not here to drink, why not stick around and make the place look less empty? I only ask that you mind the carpet. There may be a few bloodstains concealed beneath. Ah. I wonder if you had wandered over to this particular part before this event, if the carpets were, if there would have been less carpets, or the carpets would have been in different places. That would have been a ridiculous attention to detail if that was the case. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Merid's Mahane. What can we get you? Shakehead. We have not come for libations, but rather for information. You are Milil, yes? We're investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Khazal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnarian specialties. Was Khazal someone we spoke to earlier in the game? We did speak to merchants earlier, but I don't remember if it was specifically Khazal. It was. Okay. Yeah, that name sounded familiar. Yeah, that's what he was talking about how all of his trade was ruined and stuff. Wow, okay. Thinking. Where have I heard that name before? Or it's through him that we met Matsya. Yeah. Yeah, we know that... Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavner? If I recall correctly, Khazal ran a trading operation in Yedlamad, and it was there that you made Matsya's acquaintance. Nod. Yes, that is the same Khazal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium indeed. Khazal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Khazal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Khazal in particular? Please, anything at all. Shakehead. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Khazal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Nod, nod. Thanks to Milil, it appears we have a new lead. Let us leave no stone unturned. Khazal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalzal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama, the name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise you that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Nod. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Accompanying. Let's see, after leaving the Mayhain, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetheroid Plaza. It's funny that they're having you ask for directions in this particular way, though they also give you a mark on the map. From here, we ascend the stairs. Ah, this must be Yuge, in which case we should take the path leading southeast. One moment there was that terrible noise, and the next the sky changed. Perhaps my eyes deceived me, but I could have sworn I saw some giant shadow cross the clouds. Do you think it an omen? I haven't been talking to everyone as much as I should, probably. I didn't talk to the people in the bar a second time either. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Kama before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite an adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Razatan at our leisure once this crisis is past. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kalzal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. No sooner had the weather turned than those nasty beasts started running amok. We're safe here, though, surely. Kalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return, he'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kalzal sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Shake head. Nothing to speak of, other than the troubles with his consortium. He was the same old Kalzal, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bizarre goings-on. Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Yes, I shall do just that. Thank you for your concern, and pray stay safe as well. It's probably a bunch of Ethernet shards I haven't attuned to. I've received word from the Radiant Host that strange monsters have appeared in town. We must help escort the citizens to safety. Yeah, that is true. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavner. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Khazal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Khazal? Aye, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around thanks to a generous order from Riveda Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Janabaha at Riveda Fibers. This sounds promising. I must have been working myself too hard. I only intended to take a short nap, but when I woke up it was already sunset. Come to think of it, hasn't the sky been red rather longer than usual? This person who also thinks it's only sunset. To be fair, you can't see the apocalypse meteors that well from here. The cabinets? Oh yeah, that's a lot of smaller, like, drawers. But I guess they're for storing, like, individual bottles of stuff, as seen on the shelves. If you mean like these, then... yeah. Hello and welcome, by the way. To those who I haven't said that to yet. Things are not going well in the world of Final Fantasy XIV at the moment. But there is a conversation square over here. If I am not mistaken, these stairs lead to Dharma. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. Oh yeah, Aetherius, we have a name for the world now. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magics run amok. That was my assumption when I saw Amarot. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those self-same horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? I'm sure we'll find out, and then hit it with a sword. Whatever it may be. It or them. They're farming silkworms. This must be Ruveda fibers, where we should find Jinabaha. Imagine if all of the silkworms individually transformed into monsters. That would be bad, I think. For everyone. My friend has been missing since the incident, let's call it. We used to take lunch together quite often, you know? It's strange, it feels like there's a part of my heart missing now. Oh no. It seems that some foul fiends infiltrated Ruveda fibers. It was fortunate that I was not present at the time, but I fear for the safety of my comrades who were. And hurry, I say, there's no more time to waste. Nod. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. Nod. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. Determined, and nod. And you can carry our fabrics. Point. Door. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Nod. I will deliver these textiles so carefully you have no idea. Pray leave me alone with my thoughts. I do not wish to speak with anyone at the moment. Understandable. What exactly happened while we were gone? A lot. This area is for employees only. Out, out! I'm here to help. Sorry. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mindaruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrafal by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is from Anuha. And that massive crate there goes to Zemira by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. You have a limited time to complete the task. Ah, jeez. There you are. Thread, is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. It was like 1 minute for that one. Ordinary crate. Wow, okay. If you have any crates of finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. Weighty crate. Zucro has a box. Zucro is very powerful. I feel like this is not the most efficient way to pick this up. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? Good thing that. Never know when we'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. Crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. I think it's funny that that part probably happens regardless of what job you are. So even if you've been like, I don't know, a black mage for the entire game, you're still the sort of person who can lift an extremely heavy crate. You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say, and so quickly too. I have never seen anyone so strong. By the way, that's not to say that wizards can't be strong, or that, like, anyone can be strong. It's just, like, arguably less, or arguably more surprising from certain types of characters that you could theoretically be playing as. Actually, I know someone who very specifically was a Lalafell and a Black Mage during this part of the game. I'll have to ask her about her character carrying a gigantic crate later. Also, there was an Aura doing it in the background behind me. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Janaba, was that Jinabaha, and assure him our work is proceeding apace. Oh wait, no, that's not an Aura, that's another Mikote. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. I wonder if more specifically than despair it is hopelessness. I suppose you could say that's more specific than despair, I'm not sure. Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. Oh, scary music. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and then in the next instant he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then it could also despair, panic, hopelessness. There's a lot of different things. He too transformed. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask? Indeed, you knew the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal, I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. It could have been. It could be the case, I guess. Wait, what was the boss that was Kalzal named? What was that boss named? I forgot already. Terminus something, probably. Also, calling them Terminators seems silly. What was the... Oh, right, that one was not following the, naming convention, right? And you did say what that meant earlier, but I already forgot it. held responsible for solar eclipses. The blasphemies are named after... Spoilers, there's more than one, wow! Jeez. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news. But his dejection and despair were as plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink of turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kalzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? That makes sense. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Nod. Can the despair in a man's own heart consign him to such a terrible fate? Beyond the depths of despair, we were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, then do so without hesitation. I added the word then to that sentence. Indeed, thank you for your concern, and pray you two take care as well. Or I thank you for your concern, and... Yeah, it certainly seems that way, that brief moment of hope being taken away. Pushing calls all over the edge. Be careful for your concern, huh? Finish your rounds and ready to share? Oh, like pun. Oh, wait, no, concern is... Yeah, yeah. I think concern can also be the name of, like, some sort of organization of trading. Actually, I think. So it is also, like, fun. But not one of the common definitions of concern. I think I know that because of this game. There's
there you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
There's a mineral and sons concern somewhere, I think, in this game. I think it's this game.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Fortuitous timing? Are we going to prepare a giant mirror by any chance?
Shall we begin with the two of you?
I thought this was the Final Fantasy IV references part, not the Final Fantasy V one. Just kidding, you can say fortuitous timing without quoting Final Fantasy V Game Boy Advance. It's allowed. Nod. Explaining. So you see, when bad stuff happens to people, then more bad stuff happens now because of it. Because it's bad. Very, very considering.
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
Indeed. Nod.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
Okay, we just have to make everybody be real chill. Somehow.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous.
Oh yeah, it is lo-fi sucro time, or time for lo-fi.
Yet somehow,
that would be funny.
This phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
It would also be a good story point for Dancer if I wanted to abruptly change job. Dancer is all about dealing with the darkness in people's hearts. And their despair.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings.
Actually, given that dancers are from Thavner as well, and like the concept of the Totentans, the Dance of Death, where people's like despair manifests as creatures, is therefore also connected to this. And that thing that's pretty similar to this, except like this is a more extreme, worse version of that sort of thing. I wonder, could it be that the Dancer quest was somehow foreshadowing that the ether was weaker in this part of the world this whole time? I mean, the Totentans manifested in plenty of places across Eorzea as well, like all of the major cities. Hello and welcome.
Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not.
Cutscene that happened after the... No, I don't remember exactly what happened. Oh, right, yeah. Hey, did we all collectively decide to build our capital cities on points of, like, low ether concentration by a complete coincidence? Wait, no. I bet it's the... Could it be that the ether concentration is low there because we built cities there? Is it like a weird overpopulation kind of thing? That would be weird. But, as for... Oh, there are more people in cities, so more likely to have despair, maybe, yeah. But, as for what you missed, the world is ending. People are succumbing to despair and turning into monsters made of no ether. Like, just somehow, and seeing people turn into monsters is making other people turn into monsters, and also the sky is raining fire, and things aren't too great generally. And yeah, the entire world might be at low ether, but like it seems to have started in Thavnair, or at least the part with the monsters has, for whatever reason. Okay, Alphino's bringing up that we have sundered souls.
Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
Maybe that does something?
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me.
Also, yeah, there is less ether because everything was split, that's true. And it definitely seems that abruptly removing Zodiark is causing problems. However, if we had not removed Zodiark, there would have been similar but different problems anyway, because Fandaniel was piloting Zodiark and wanted to destroy the world. So, either way, everyone would be exploding right now. So, you know, the difference is that we're here to stop it.
We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
Yeah, this is a very important point here, probably.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Yeah, things aren't good right now. Things are pretty bad, in fact.
Look! It's the satrap!
Who is about to become a beast.
The satrap!
I hope not.
Thank the heavens.
I would not be surprised if he did immediately become a beast. Given, you know, the conversation we were just having and the timing. Hey, what's up?
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe.
Yeah, exactly. My beloved citizens, blah!
While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last.
For now.
Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Uh-oh.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
The grave news is, I'm about to turn into a monster, blah!
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Oh, hey, Matsya.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend.
Oh no.
But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
Oh no.
No! Gods have mercy!
And now the old lady becomes a monster, right?
Your Excellency!
No? Maybe
Save
not?
my grandson, I beg of you!
Probably, maybe.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts?
Yep.
They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs!
Yup. Yeah, that's bad. Hey, I guess we get to see this happening again, like with the Sin Eaters, so that's bad. Not great. Yep. Yeah, bad things are happening.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
But Y'shtola, you can't see them. You might not be the best person for this part of the... That's one we haven't seen before. Yeah, the voice filter is a lot. Yeah, okay, that's yeesh, okay. Also, yeah, this one is one we have not seen before. Shoutouts to fellow Sword and Shield user. No, bad.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
Don't show me that! Okay, you cut away, but still, don't show me that. I'll kill.
My son,
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
It can be countered. Sort of. Hey, they keep having stuff like this happen without any several cutscenes will play in sequence warnings either, by the way. No direct ill effects. Probably not great for one's mental health, of course. I don't know exactly what that noise is meant to signify. A deep breath, I assume. Killed.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations!
Yeah, going Exarch mode.
Men and women of the Radiant Host, lend Y'shtola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape.
He's got a lot of experience with being a leader.
Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground.
Nod.
Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matya,
Nod.
show my friends to the village! I promise you, They're more capable than the host's finest!
Right!
Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
I feel like that specific angle of Graha is one that we've... Like, that camera shot felt like a callback to something from the Exarch, maybe, but maybe I'm just imagining that. Anyway, we're over here now. Damn it all, staying calm isn't exactly my forte. We meet again. You do remember me, yes? You saved my skin twice over in Yedlamad, and now I find myself turning to you for help once more, but let us tarry here no longer. We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Sucro, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alize and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees and follow when the path is clear. Determined. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. Sucro kill is a good plan, I think. Also, hey, this is the part that we haven't... This is a part of the map that we haven't seen before. Yeah. Enemies are actually like... That one called out for a grandmother when dying. And we just saw the old lady talking about her grandson, so like... Hey. That's bad. Wait, a dungeon boss is a regular enemy? Was that one of the dungeon bosses already? I think that was just a regular encounter in the dungeon, wasn't it? My memory is not great. That was the... Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, that seems bad. My short-term memory and my long-term memory are both not the best. That one was saying that it hurts. The other one was just screaming. I mean, if they used the mouth gimmick in some way, I would have immediately recognized it. I was trying to think of... I was thinking about saying something like, okay, so that one was forced into despair by playing Yahtzee's old video games, I guess. The Kazo mythos or whatever. So I'm not the only one who thought of that. About to use what's left? Oh. Sucro's too powerful, I guess. What's happened to them? Good work, Sucro, though I worry for Matsya. They're making it seem like Matsya might survive, and I'm guessing Matsya will not survive or something. This seems to be the part of the game that aims to punch you in the gut repeatedly, so... It cannot be. It can be. Mostly. Things are not great here either. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. Nod. Alize said she was bad at remaining calm, but the difference between Alize and... I did attune to the ether already. The difference between Alize and many people is that when she's not calm, she's like full of energy and purpose and sometimes rage. Alize does not panic. Exactly. When I last came here to sell my fish, everyone was so bright and cheerful. This is a nightmare. The horror. I pray that the sisters will see us through this calamity. The fact that people are calling it a calamity when it's not actually a calamity, like according to the technical term of calamity within this game. But I guess most people don't know that. There, he'll be fine. The pain will soon pass. It's certainly calamitous. That much is true. His wounds are deep, but he may yet be saved. Go and help the others. Haven't seen any Janes recently, no. Have you come to help us? Too late, my family, my friends. I am fine, thank you. Please save the others. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if I wake, the nightmare goes on. No, leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. This poor soul is beyond saving. Wow, okay. Hey, I think Endwalker might be a lot, as they say. As I say, perhaps. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. There's nothing you can do for them. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wounds suggest the villager was gored by a terrible beast. The villager has been dead for some time. Yeah, a lot. I'm glad you could hear the capitalization of a lot when I said as much. Are these the only villagers who survived? I can only hope the others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts by the 12. You save one of them, kind of. One of them says that they'll be alright. Let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. That we might live. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Nod. Oh, Sucro! Sucro! This is Yoravet, the elder here. He is hurt, but praised be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we have always done, as we always have done, until today when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. Shake head. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I've known since they were babes, struck down by the creatures only to rise again, to join the murderous horde, in the guise of those same hideous fiends. So not only do people turn into them when panicked, they also turn into them sometimes when killed by them, also like sin eaters. Okay. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope that they've found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember Karasaf and Mevan, the young couple who always bought your freshest catches? I mean, that's true. But it sounded like they died and then came back. How could I forget, Elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way. But Karasef and Mavan bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Nod. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Nod. Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. And they're probably all going to be dead, and then Matsuya's going to hit the despair threshold and transform, and I'm going to have to kill him. I'm expecting the worst, basically. Hey, an ether current. Yeah. I love to attune to the wind. Understandable as a reaction, I believe. Temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please, stay back! Ah! That was Karasef! Oh no, this is not good! I'll take a look. Please do! The cry came from the ruins, you must hurry! I think I don't like this is also a understandable response. My response is one of a considerable amount of concern. Oh. Well, there's the second dungeon boss. That one said Y when dying. Yeah, content warnings. Definitely. Lots of things are happening. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. Sucro use clemency. I'm sorry, Sucro. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. Is someone... anyone... My arms so heavy. And my legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. I need to be with them. I need... Oh. Karasef! No, Karasef, you must stay strong! More time. I thought I had... I don't want to die. Speak to Karasef, or dry Karasef's tears. Speak. Sucrose says something. Thank you. Please, find them. Mevan still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palaka's stand. There's nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Nod. Yeah. Forgive me, Karasef. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Matsya is proving himself to be, like, a lot braver than he gives himself credit for. My assumption that he would immediately fall into despair and transform is definitely not true. So far. You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mevan and the child must be elsewhere. Now that I think about it, remember back in Endwalker when I was like, they're not going to be able to do the thing again where they reveal like the night music of an area. This isn't dissimilar from that. Eventually, hopefully, we're going to solve this and reveal the way this area is supposed to be when it's peaceful. And here's a Terminus Shadower just screaming. I mean, we've seen parts of this area before the despair. Well, there was a tower there instead, but, you know. We are eventually going to see Thavner relatively at peace. If Mevan and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Oh, interesting. Blue sparkles that still had a monster. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. No, I saw one monster. Perhaps the beast have chased them further from the village. Oh, gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Mevan and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavner, Justinian is doing something cool, probably.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below?
Sorry, I put my link pearl into airplane mode. Just kidding. Gasp. Things don't fare too well.
Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Razdat Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father.
Gasp.
My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palaka's stand as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it.
Justinian explaining things to Dragon. Yeah, they do well with emoting with the dragons when they need to.
Despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them.
Time to switch to Dancer and dance a lot.
A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Razat Khan is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man? These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust.
And yet you don't use them for that. I feel like that speaks a lot to your character.
Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so.
They already know you're an ally fighting for them.
Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result.
It would appear that Vritra does in fact have opinions and thoughts.
That sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine.
And I've never cleaned my spear.
And yet,
I really should.
The chasm between us too vast and too deep. Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on.
Also, like, Midgard-Sormr helped out a bunch too.
And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned.
Honestly, maybe he doesn't clean his spear specifically as a reminder of what could have happened that he's talking about. Gasp.
I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him.
Both of those things could be possible. It could also empower the spear in some way.
It will not be easy, but the future of Razat Khan hangs in the balance. We have company.
Istinian is also an example of a character who, like, is framed as or claims to be not the best at, like, talking or persuasion, but then, like, when he needs to.
The hour has come, Vritra.
I even said it earlier that Istinian wasn't the best at talking because that's the way the game presents Istinian, but then that happens, and instead he's actually really good at specific types of talking or something like that. The spear is not just red. He had the same spear that wasn't red before an event earlier in the story which dyed the color of the spear with the blood of dragon. When all hope seems lost. Another cutscene immediately. If Mevan fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. You must try to stay calm. You cannot let fear consume you. Or do you want to turn into a beast like the others? You must try to stay calm, Matsya. Several cutscenes will play independently, yeah? But how can I at a time like this? They could be dead. I don't know, but we have to do our best. So if I allow myself to be overcome by this fear, I too might become a beast. I am not sure I understand, but I will do my best. different kinds of talking are absolutely different skills for sure. Like, I'm talking on this stream, of course, but outside of like streams and text conversations I have with people, I struggle a lot more with speech. Like sometimes outside of like calls with people I know, but there are a lot of situations where I struggle with talking. So like, yeah, there's a lot of variables. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? I'm not always great at talking on stream either, or reading words, but you know, I do my best. Shake head. Explaining. I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Nod. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alize and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Matsuya speak with Elder Yarvet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you're able. Nod. Determined. We will save Mavan and her child. We can do that much for Karasev. Alright, this is gonna... I do want to, like, step away for a second. And that does mean funny minigame time. Even though that might seem very incorrect for the mood that we're currently doing. But, you know, you gotta have the funny minigame time. Think of it as a reprieve from the despair. Is it this, or is it that? Hey, wait, why is it happening twice? Or did I just not... Did I only see part of that? I thought, due to the very specific way I had Windows covered, I thought it went from 1 second to rolling back around to 60. Okay, it's just because of the way I had things covered. It was breaking earlier, so I was thinking it was breaking again. Anyway, it's... It's this. I'm not back yet, though. Also, I've just realized that that window covers the chat bubbles. I might have to adjust that later. I'll be right back though. Okay, I am here to respond to a few things. Thank you for petting Calico. Ghost is quickly establishing herself as a funny prankster. And I didn't consider... I actually forgot to consider Ghost appearing in two places at once while that window's happening. But yeah, it does seem reasonable. Thank you for petting Calico. I think Calico deserves it. And also, yeah, the song that happens in this or that is originally taken from the Game Boy version of Tamagotchi for the Smile game. in which you guess between left and right. So there is a chance that it is intended to evoke that sort of thing. With the this or that or this or that, or left or right, in the case of the original use of it. Tamagotchi Game Boy game is a game I bought for like $5 or less from a bargain bin, and then got a lot of hours out of it, like surprisingly so, more than a lot of the other Game Boy games that I owned, for whatever reason. It will not be easy, but I will tell the Elder about Karasev. I am heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? We found Karasev, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Karasev may be gone, but there is still hope for Mevan and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if, in your search, you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. Where might Mevan have run off to? Think, Matsya, think. We encountered no beasts during our patrol, thankfully. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsya? If we follow Siroda south, we will arrive at Parusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that Mevan sought shelter there and perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Matsya, stay close to me, alright? You two take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We make for Parusa as quickly as we are able. With me. A small aside? I don't think the game has called them Terminators at any point. Random alligator, now is not the time. They're consistent in calling the smaller ones beasts. Interesting. I suppose it is, those things. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Huh? Mevan? She is a friend of mine too, but I've not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere trying to avoid the beasts. And with her child. Gods, worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Sukra, wait! Parusa lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. Beasts have come, and many have already been killed. Alvino and Alize have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I could count. You must be ready. I am fine. I will be safe hiding here. Please, you must help those people. I feel like in some media, Matsya would undergo a character arc where he also learns how to fight. Oh, that person became one immediately upon being approached. And is still crying out for help while dying. Remain calm and do not wander off. I will tend to the wounded. Yeah, they're just frequently using the first two dungeon bosses now. Those are just constant regular enemies at this point. Which is absolutely deliberate on their part, I would say. There's Alize. Stay strong. We'll keep you safe, I promise. Not just the first two dungeon bosses of the dungeon we were just in, but also dungeon bosses from Amarat, as seen here. I feel like I went in the opposite of the expected order around this location. Random animal of the wild, now is not the time for fight. Thank you. There you are. How fare the others? Monsters. Some people survive, some people not. I see. You've seen all the beasts in sight? In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple. Another cutscene. By the way, I don't know when to start smiling again.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
Shake head. Also questioning head tilt from
Where could she be?
one person.
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Okay, now we're referring to them as blasphemies. Like,
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
time to go to the moon! Like, actually, that's not a bad idea.
That I cannot say.
Moon. Time for moon.
But I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these
But
things.
there's moon. We can go to moon.
And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
But she's not transforming. So that's something.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
Everyone, have you heard of
My
the
friends,
moon?
This is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
Hmm.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor.
I think they're quoting the teachings that were mentioned.
Every agony to temper your blade.
Nod.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are.
Nod.
My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
It certainly does seem like that's a theme of the expansion, yeah. It is a theme that I can relate to.
What you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand, so I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
Yeah.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy.
Idolin, turn down your mic gain.
Surrender not
Jeez.
to sadness. And see
I
beyond
got startled
despair.
by that.
Walk free. And bear the light for others to follow.
Idolin, lean away from the microphone. A little bit. I can hear and I am feeling the result of loud sounds being heard. And I'm thinking about it. Why didn't they fix that? Oh, is that something that was like noted before elsewhere? Okay. Let me actually think about what was said here. This is one of life's many hardships. Yeah, that's right. In darkness seek joy, surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow. Yeah, okay. I'll do my dang best, Heidelin, I guess.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon.
Well, I hope that's not Mevon.
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
You know, knowing this game, that's like the child turned into a beast chasing the mother. And things are about to get real sad again, like, immediately. We must go after them at once. What? Was that Mevan? Warm hearts, rekindled hopes. You know what this picture... Okay, I need to... You know what this picture is making me realize? That's really, really something. You know what this particular monster... God damn you, WebP. The worst file type in history. For certain. You know what this particular monster resembles? Okay, so WebP probably does have its uses, but it's the file type that causes me specifically grief more often than not. But this particular monster, the what is it, the Terminus Snatcher, is unfortunately, oh god, now I have to find the save file. There it is, reminding me of the monster in Final Fantasy IX that ambushes you with trivia, the Ragtime Mouse. And now I cannot take them quite as seriously as I could a second ago. Possibly? Cursed, yes. The Terminus Questioner, exactly. I don't know how intentional that would be, but it is somewhat cursed. Over there, my view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Sucro, go with Matsuya and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south. I wonder what the original name of the Ragtime Mouse was. I wonder if that's a weird translation oddity, or if that was actually like the name, the meaning of the name in the original Japanese. I could look, but, you know. We've reached the font of Maya. Maybe they're hiding in the ruins? Cool statue over there. Another cutscene will play independently. Terminus Jeopardizer. Gasp. Okay, that is... The child is safe.
That's her. No,
the woman is safe.
Mevan!
At present. This is the only... This is the only infant we've seen in the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV. Rock! Bonk!
The name Ragtime Mouse is probably a mistranslation of
Gasp.
Ragtime Mouth, as the transliteration of the English words mouse and mouth is the same in Japanese. The alternative name Ragtimer only appears in the NTSC version. The enemy is named Ragtime Mouse. However, the final true or false statement it proposes is you can defeat Ragtimer. The enemy's Tetramaster card is also named Ragtimer. These were changed to Ragtime Mouse for the PAL release.
No! That's not good. I mean...
No! God have mercy!
Actually, that could have been a lot worse. Sucro, jump! There's a lot happening. That was maybe not the #1 best time for the trivia about trivia. But I appreciate the knowledge. Okay, the child is missing. That's bad. Mevan's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death no doubt came swiftly. Oh. I guess I was thinking that if you hit the water, you probably don't die instantly, so maybe it's fine. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. Oh no. It's not time for the neutral smile anymore again. You take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. Okay, I was a bit worried that they put the baby into my key items for a second. The rarely seen sprinting while swimming animation. Oh, no, no, no. What do we do? What do we do? So where are they? Did you find Mevan and the child? Shake head. Damn it all. You have the child. Let me see her. I'm pretty sure this is the only time we've seen an infant in this game, and she's probably not going to live.
She's so cold, Alphino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back.
Dang it. Creatures.
Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
He has used Verifire before to do that, yeah.
We've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Matsia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
I like how they can't tell what animation Sucro should be doing there, so she just runs forward a little bit.
Steady. You know the way.
Oh no.
No. No. Not you too.
Gently rock the child.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No!
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid!
Jeez.
Ah!
Jeez. This freaking game.
Avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
Oh, no. Alright, Matsu, use your limit break. Do something. I don't know. Jeez.
Agony.
I was starting to hope you might live. Justinian! And Vritra.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Smile.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Child crying. How did you do that?
Well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Yeah.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
I feel like it would be pretty easy for a child to be scared of the dragon in stone. Sucro helped, probably. Not depicted here.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsuya.
Yeah, Vritra also thinks that. I think it's very interesting how, like... So, like, I know that they had Sucro, like, rush off camera to like, reflect her helping or whatever. And they never show your character do any actual, like, attacks or anything in cutscenes. And I think it's interesting to compare that approach to handling that. Like, that we don't really know what kind of character you're playing as. To the Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis approach of, sword. You have a sword now. Whatever. You just use your sword in cutscenes. By the way, I don't know when I'll go back to that. There is more story in that that's added. But the game is being rather disappointing in general to me with what they're doing. So, shrug. But, yeah, there's probably something happened there. Vritra did something good. Things might be turning around, at least in this small moment. I have a feeling he'll be fine, or he had help from on high. How does Sucro know? How does Sucro know this? Stardiver is very loud. Maybe.
What, like divine aid?
Kinda.
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Maybe Sucro saw Estinian walking over here.
Estinian, it was you who came to Mattia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
That feels like an acknowledgement of Sucro being able to see the cutscenes, which is something I've joked about before, but was previously treated as not being true.
Where the worm will honor Ahewan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Oh, we know this too? I mean, we heard... Did Estinian leave the phone on speakerphone when he was saying all that?
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
Estinian doesn't know how to, like, hang up a link pearl, so everyone heard all of this. Sukro also has a little bit of dragon power. Like, temporarily she did, I guess.
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone.
That's true. Alize, every time I look at the collar of your new outfit, I misinterpret that buckle as like a crate-shaped pin. Like you really like boxes. And like, more specifically, I also see it as the logo for Crate Entertainment, the company, which made Grim Dawn. So maybe she really likes that particular video game. She'll box your... She probably would do that. I still don't know entirely exactly what that means, despite hearing that expression often.
She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
Yep. Sukro is very helpful. Nod. What if Dawn Trail is such a 180 in terms of tone that absolutely nothing sad happens for the entire time? I don't know what that joke means. Oh, we did it. Go. I will keep watch until your work is done. ... Pay respects. Ah, a person who handles cargo at a port. Okay. We've done what we can. Tis for the villagers of Palakistan to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mavan and Karasef died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. That makes it seem pretty messed up that I've mostly heard boxing one's ears in contexts of, like, threat of discipline to a child. So that's kind of messed up a lot. To think the day would come when even that smallest of solaces would be this comforting. May their souls be reunited one day. For that and so many other blessed possibilities, we must avert the final days. Hey, we get an ether current. Hey, this is... Wait, do I still... I do still have 72 of that exact item, but in high quality. For that one time when I was attempting to level a crafting class before I got bored at level 63, apparently. You all ready then? In that case, let us head to Palakistan. No doubt Vritra is awaiting us. I will have to level at least one crafting class to 90 at some point in order to do a bunch of certain, like, quests and stuff. I gotta do the Moogle quests. I gotta do... I forget the name of the Kaikern on the first, but I think... No, I think they're gathering. I think there's a crafting quest line on the first. It's like, is it the new Mo or something? And then there's also the Loporits have one, I'm pretty sure. In that case, let's head to Palakistan. No doubt Vritra is awaiting us. I'll need to level gathering to 90. It's dwarves for crafting on the first, right? That's the only way Sukro could get a tank. Which is concerning. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, we're in sad mode right now, so this isn't being interrupted by battle music. That doesn't happen very often. Usually if the battle music isn't interrupted, it's area-based and not current events-based. And yeah, this is just playing through the whole area. I'll have to level crafting and gathering at some point just to complete certain quest lines, not because I'm interested in them mechanically. That's true. The way I saw to level up crafting quickly was the Ishgard restoration stuff. Mostly. I was under the impression that things had settled down, but no sooner did I return than these fiends appeared. What am I to do now? I count my blessings that I managed to escape here, but that beast, I've never seen anything like it, and I can't get its terrifying visage out of my head. I guess I don't technically need to do all of those quests, but if I were to complete the dwarf quests, Sucro would be able to drive a tank around, and that's funny. And also, like, the Loperit quests take place in the disco, like, dance zone, which seems pretty important. Would that I were younger, I would pick up my spear and drive these monsters from our borders. Alas, time is a foe that cannot be vanquished. In times such as these, those who reside in the Steward's village must be strong, although I must admit at times I find such a prospect difficult. The problem with all of that is that I'm just not super interested in the crafting or gathering parts of this game, really. So I don't know if any of it would be particularly fun. First hordes of beasts, now a mighty worm. Our world grows stranger by the day. Wait, there's gathering ones in Endwalker? Huh. Alright, didn't know that. I actually don't know much about... That might be spoilers if you told me who it was. So, shrug. Oh, Vritra's still wounded. That's still on the model. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavner must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death another void that can never be filled. We who survive them must carry the weight of their memory, as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Karasaf and Mevan's babe is a child of Thavner as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Smile. We did at least a little good. O most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahuan as my loyal servant. Gasp. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along? Whomst. Oh. Right, Nadana. Nadana, what are you doing here? I am the dragon president. Would be a much funnier line. I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Palakistan in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The reason I was like, oh, Nadana, is because I didn't realize it was panning over to her to show that she was the one who said that. Like, I recognized that it was her when I saw her. But I didn't realize it was trying to tell me that she was the one who spoke. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum, one of those. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varshan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Ahawan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vritra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors not only of Radzatan, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vritra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in this their darkest hour. Would seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Radzatan fares. What will you do, Scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? Nod. In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Curious, isn't it? The burning sky is so ominous, yet the crackling flames here are somehow calming. What a lovely aroma. I wonder what sort of spices those are. Vritra chose to reveal his identity to the villagers of Palakistan before all others. A wise choice considering the warm reception. He even seemed a little relieved. It remains to be seen how the people of Radzatan will take the news, but if this was any indication, he need not worry. Oh, Sucro, running through that dark jungle, there was a time when I thought all was lost. Had Master Vritra and Istinian not arrived when they did. No, I must focus on the good. Mevan's precious daughter is safe and sound, and that is all that matters. We have you to thank for our survival. It's not something I'll soon forget, you can be sure. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnir? There's a lot happening. Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are, a pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nidana. By all means, allow us to assist. That does sound nice. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay, a far less arduous task, no doubt. When you've finished, look for me at the Wakeful Torana. I kind of wish that Istinian arbitrarily jumped away when leaving, like in most situations. Wait, I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look to the future. But what future awaits us? How can Radzatan hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. A mug of piping hot chai brewed from aromatic tea leaves, flavored with Nidana's secret blend of herbs and spices, then mixed with rich milk. A cup of chai? Well, if you insist. Ah, that aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we faced our fair share of trials in the past as well, and no matter how hard the times, we've always come together as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. That is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work once I've finished this cup. Thank you. For some reason this reminds me, presumably because of the connection to, well, tea. So I've been leveling up Ninja a little bit. Also, this hairstyle is very silly with this mask. But the main point of this is, first of all, hiding. You can emote while hidden. This is something that I did it incorrectly. You must emote first and then G-pose. Or I don't have to G-pose at all, really. But you can emote while hidden. And it's fine most of the time. But you can also emote to eat food while hidden. And this is fine most of the time. Except for bread. Bread cannot be hidden. You cannot cloak the bread. I find this to be quite amusing. That is all. That was the small side tangent into the mysteries of bread. Bread is the earliest in that family of emotes. That would make sense. I don't have all of them. There might be other uncloakable food. Actually, that makes me wonder if I were to say, would this break hidden to eat a food item? Because this has the same model as the bread. Oh, well, first of all, it does break hidden. Secondly, I was in combat stance, so it did not play the animation correctly. Presumably it just, yeah, it immediately poofs the hidden away. So I can't really test to see if there's any other food models that don't break that. Anyway, Ninja's kind of neat. I'm like, what level am I as a ninja? 43? There's a low chance that I would get Ninja to the level I'm at in the story right now, but I guess there's technically a tiny chance I could abruptly switch to Ninja during Endwalker, because that would be kind of funny if I did. Look at them all lazing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I, for one, intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where would I go? Is anywhere safe these days? Drink some tea. A cup of chai? Can't you see I have more important things to worry about? No, you're right. It's precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there's any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. Oh, by the way, my ninja glamour there is intended to evoke the juggler job from Final Fantasy Tactics Advance a little bit. It's got a sort of similar color scheme and whatnot, at least. And also, this particular knife is the Jambaya. And part of the reason I even thought of the juggler is because I distinctly remembered that being one of the knives in Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. So I checked, and it was, and it's the one that teaches the juggler the ability to throw a knife. So it seemed fitting to create a juggler glamour, and so on. Also, I just think all the weird, like one-off or two-off Final Fantasy jobs like that don't show up elsewhere are cool and interesting usually. Do they literally juggle? They have a lot of projectile throwing type things. They're like evil clown Moogle, basically. If you haven't seen them, is this going to be a WebP file? Almost certainly, yes. Okay, hold on. If you have not seen the Final Fantasy Tactics Advanced Juggler, I will show you. Wait, I already saved a picture of the juggler. At some point. Whoop. Get out of here, ragtime mouse. You are a juggler now. But yeah, this is the juggler class. Evil Clown Moogle. I will tell you about what they do. I'm sharpening my knife, Kupo. That's true. It's not my favorite design ever, but I like the color scheme and stuff. I think they're an interesting job. But what they actually do, they have a variety of throwing type attacks. They can throw stocked items. They can throw a hoop that causes stop. They can throw a Molotov cocktail that causes Berserker Rage. They can throw a ball, which confuses. They can throw a dagger, which does damage and causes disable. They can smile to spread joy to allow an ally to act immediately. And they can throw money to do big damages. So, if you've played Fire Emblem, you know that they never give you two dancers. In Tactics Advance, you can have two dancers for free. If you have two jugglers that smile at each other infinitely. Another Moogle job that exists is this one, which has a cannon. They should put this in as a ranged class, I think. I forget what this is. I think this is called Flintlock. Yeah, because there's also a cannoneer, which is a banga, but this is called a flintlock. And you might be surprised to know that they are a support. They could put this class in the game as a healer. Here's what they do. Infuse cannon with MP to enable ballistic attacks. Requires hand cannon. But like their ballistic attacks are like cure cannon, protect cannon, shell cannon, ether cannon, teleport cannon, etc. They can use an attack with it, but it's mostly like they load the cannon with healing, and then they shoot you with healing. Teleport cannon teleports the target to a random location, which is bizarre. The go away bullet, exactly, yeah. Moogles had some fun jobs in Tactics Advance and Tactics Advance 2. One of them was Chocobo Knight, I think, in Tactics Advance 2. There was also, like, one of the Moogle jobs was Animist, which had, like, a bell and summoned animal. They, like, summoned magical sheep of protection or, like, stampedes and stuff like that. The aroma of that chai truly is irresistible. Do you suppose Nadana would have minded if I helped myself to a cup? Thank you for coming to my rescue. Now that I'm safe, I must follow your example and find a way to help where I can. Torpedo nanite repair payload is a heck of an ability. And yeah, the flintlock would absolutely be something they could use as a base if they decided to revisit the chemist healer, which I think was something they were thinking about before they decided to make the machinist instead. But there is precedent for gun healing, like outside of Sage even. Trying to find the remaining person I need to give tea to. I feel like I'm probably missing something obvious here. Did I check in here yet? I did. I got distracted thinking about funny Moogle design. Job, class. Probably behind a building. I guess that would make sense. Or like overlooking the village in some way, because this is a somewhat wider circle than just the well, here's Alphino. I heard that the survivors we met at the temple have all returned safely. The crisis might not have passed, but being home and among friends should do much to ease their spirits. Oh, they're there. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while I could hear this monster's voice screaming my name. Tea? This is for me? We used to drink chai together often. Shared stories over steaming cups after our hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same. For his memory, and for we who must remember. Many thanks for the chai. It helps me to remember him as he was, cup in hand and a smile on his lips. Once again, I forgot to speak to everybody twice, but that's okay. Wait, what? Hello? Creature? Animal? Beckoning to you with an uncertain intent. Huh. And we also have various ether current quests. As stated before, I'm going to do all of these after 6.0 probably. Because there's just a lot of like momentum to the story and all that. Who else did I give the chai to? I don't think I spoke to them twice. First order of business is securing food and shelter. We must also contact our friends in the city and see how they fare. Ah, no rest for the weary. It was you, you're the other one. Ah, how the warmth of the chai spreads through all my limbs. I can't remember the last time I breathed so easily. I'm glad that it is helping. Thank you for delivering the chai, Sucro. Did it help to lift the villagers' spirits? Nod. That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition, for it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Sucro will also have some tea. I think it's a little weird that you, like, drink that from a water skin or whatever, but also rare instance of ear flicking from female Mikote animations, which can be important. I think they should add more of that with the graphics update. That's my opinion. I think it should be more like this more often. By the way, I have that as an emote now. I think that's probably important to know. Oh, I guess there's also a mode of me doing the pog face that I drew when Mario RPG was announced. That's a different Sucro. Sucro is preparing to take flight. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Maban and Karasaf's remains. Sucro will continue wiggling her ears. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palakistan will perform their rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I can almost believe there's a magic at work with how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray Palakistan has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavner, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Razatan? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akyali. We have plenty to spare. Nod. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The Wakeful Tirana, near the bridge to Razathan, as I recall. Very well, then. I'm noticing the people in this part of the story saying variants of the phrase "be on our way" a lot. And I wonder if that's just because that's just how you say things. Because there's also songs in Final Fantasy with names like "Ahead on Our Way," but that's Final Fantasy V. Unless it's also 4, because I think that name gets reused. And I'm wondering if they're choosing that phrasing on purpose to be like, hey, remember song? Or if it's just like a quirk of the writing and how people talk that is showing up more often. How do you suppose the others have fared in the capital? I hope things have not been too eventful in our absence. I've apprised Justinian of the situation at Palika's stand, so we needn't have that conversation. Alphino told me everything. Full glad am I to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. It would seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnair. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city on Alzadal's path. Come. I have basically no idea what's going to happen after we're done visiting Thavnair a second time. I assume we're gonna have to go back to, like, Sharlayan or the Moon at some point. And yeah, like, there's beasts and stuff elsewhere, no doubt. I don't know if the implication is that all of those are gone now. But I guess Vritra is pretty good at anti-air combat. Probably. He's still fighting. He's fighting now. No. There is a lingering sense of desolation here, but that is much preferable to the panic and chaos we saw before. I didn't have much idea of what would happen on the moon. I knew there would be Bunui, and I knew that there would be Zodiark. Well, sort of. Poor old woman who became a beast had said her grandson had gone to Palika's stand. I hope he survived. He didn't, Alize. I ran into a monster yelling about Grandma, like, immediately. It will be a struggle for the people to come to terms with these tragedies, but they are far stronger than you may think. By the way, since I pointed out the new emotes, if I had an extra spot for an animated emote at this time, which I don't, I would be able to add this. She's vibing. I should have made this emote with the lo-fi Sucro outfit, truthfully, but she is vibing. Unfortunately, I do not have any emote spaces. I know that a popular form of emote on Twitch.television is one representing dancing or appreciation of music. While I do have Sucro Ball Dance, anyway, it's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made inside the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? Yeah. So Vritra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To Megaduta then. But before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Nod. I'm sure everyone will hear about it soon enough, but those who don't attend will be kicking themselves later for missing what's certain to be a historic moment. Seeing the Skywatcher has reminded me. How's the weather doing in the world? Okay, okay, we are currently only experiencing the apocalypse in Razat Han and Thavnair. Everywhere else is currently fine. It would be kind of funny if the first was arbitrarily Star Shower again for no reason. I'm glad I thought to check the Skywatcher in that part too. The Shadowbringers part. I'm sure that the apocalypse will spread soon enough. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Yes, and also you're going to see a dragon. It's gonna be cool. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Varshan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. Leave me, beast, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh, gods, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. It's fine now. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in that creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there's someone else who would lead Razat Han in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Finish rounding up the stragglers. The proclamation will begin shortly. Let's wait here, lest we miss something important. I'm half tempted to immediately run back to the entrance and see if Thancred is also standing over there still. Welcome back, Sucro. Alphino told me everything. I was pleased to hear that Vritra has chosen to reveal himself at last. The people of Razat Han need a strong and wise satrap more than ever. People are slowly making their way here, but many are still gripped by fear and doubt. Hopefully Vritra's message of hope will resonate strongly enough with the ones willing to listen, and spread to every corner of Thavnair. I hear you were able to bring the situation at Palakastan under control. Every life lost is a tragedy, but you should take pride in doing what you could. When I assumed command during the earlier panic, I did so instinctively and out of necessity. It was not my place to give orders, but I am glad the people heeded them. But now they have need of a true leader, a magnanimous and just satrap who can guide them every step of the way. Fortunately, they are blessed with one such soul. If anyone can protect and guide them through this calamity, it is he. It would seem the people still have lingering doubts, and I cannot blame them. Yet we know what strength is afforded us with one of the first brood on our side. I have faith the citizenry will come to understand and accept him in time. Worm and man working towards a common goal. Well, we hope. Many people are visibly uncertain around here, but...
Look! Someone's coming!
Leading with Farshan is probably wise. Like, I'm assuming you're going to introduce the concept with Varshan and then appear.
People of Razat Han, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request.
Is Varshan, like, Vritra doing a voice? Or did they somehow build a specific voice into the Mammoth?
Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
It's probably magic reasons. It's probably just magic.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Nod.
Many thanks.
A dragon!
Wow!
Children love this. Hey, a dragon landed without roaring. That's the first time that's ever happened in history of Final Fantasy XIV.
And for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
That's the exact same thing, the exact same way he phrased it in the other place. He was practicing his speech. It's kind of adorable. Okay, it's not exactly the same.
Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
Children already did. Children think this is cool. Smile and nod. Oh, we don't see the whole speech. Yeah, it is known that there's a friendly dragon, apparently.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Varshan! I mean, Master Vritra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzatan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Radzatan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon. but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together.
Okay, so I've been saying
too
both of those
do I
wrong.
believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era
Asuya
of
and
peace.
Riga, I think it was. I agree. Applause.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Izael's face.
Indeed.
Oh. Oh, it's time for the No Fun Brigade to be here. Well.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
I like the idea that you posted the wiggly ears Sucro because it's her version of applauding. The No Fun Brigade is here to not have fun.
Father.
The sound of ear wiggling is a faint buzzing noise, I think. Like a fan on low.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have.
The future on the moon!
On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved.
Thank you for petting Calico. It is really funny that they're going around talking about, like, have you heard about the moon?
I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I hope everyone just points, like, to the left. Okay, close enough.
Satrap here, speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
Gasp. Slightly.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an
also,
affliction
hey,
of
look.
stagnancy and rot.
Wait a minute.
Sown
Hold on.
into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner,
Hold on.
will invariably spread to every corner of the world.
Look, Sharlayan is doing something. Sharlayan is going and talking to people. Somehow I didn't realize that because I was too busy being like, oh, it's the No Fun Brigade. They are being moved to action outside of their neutrality. Like, sort of, at least. At least that's something, right? But yeah. Stars falling apart. The fabric has begun to fray, as they might say. Yeah. This is theoretically the payoff for that.
The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago.
I don't know if we knew how long they knew that, but it was several centuries, apparently.
My predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Can you imagine if everyone actually did evacuate to the moon and the planet exploded?
What madness is this?
Imagine if the game actually went in the direction of everyone goes to the moon, the planet explodes, you can't go back to any of the old areas, and everything is on the moon for the rest of the game. That would be funny to me. Oh, the policies changed several centuries ago. Yeah, it was hinted at. Okay. I mean, not being able to go back to any of the old areas would suck for gameplay reasons. But, like, imagine if at least the entire story just evacuated everybody to the moon. That would be funny. I mean, maybe they will, at least temporarily.
By no means madness.
For all I know.
With the
I don't
coming
know
of the
that much.
seventh umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag.
Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV Cataclysm, where several areas of the world map are permanently changed. The moon has a holodeck and you can have simulations of it. That would be a fair enough way to do it, I guess. Kinda. A little bit silly, but you know, it would kinda work.
But what of the silver moon?
I kind of wish it just did that extreme close-up on him and he just said, moon! And that was it, for some reason.
This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction.
It has Bnui on it! You will love them.
And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save.
His lie? Wait. What was the lie? I don't think he said it was also made by Alag. He said it was another technological marvel. Yeah. What of the silver moon? The celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. Not Alag. I'm looking at the event log. You can see my cursor over here. A little bit. Yeah, not Alag, just allies. It's fine, it's a very similar word.
Including you, our dear friends of Radzat Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Recent events necessitate adjustments be made and quickly. Is he just referring to how they built all the houses wrong, or is there actually something else?
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavnir. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly.
Yeah, he's probably referring to things going very badly, but... The original housing may suit Vidra? Well, the housing is considerably... It's like ancient-sized, not dragon-sized. Speaking Way prepared a statement for us. I was wondering earlier if it were possible to play as a Loporrit, what the heck kind of name I would even come up with for one. And the only thing I could think of would be like Dabbing Way. Maybe that's too silly. I don't know. I just wanted to dab. That's all.
Yet I wonder, is this truly the way?
Imagine a dabbing way, though.
Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
That's a good point, Vritra, that I did not think about. I forgot about the star being referred to as the last bastion of hope by Midgard-Sormer. I think it was Midgard-Sormer. I think I'm remembering that correctly. Our father being that. I did not think about that. I did not consider the fact that this star was stated to be the last bastion of hope, and yet we're expecting to find some other hope elsewhere. And yeah, they have stated they're gonna they're gonna jump from planet to planet and hope they find a good one. Fighting Way? That would make sense. I think there was a Fighting Way on the moon. I think. I'm not 100% sure about that. The Loporrits are gonna go look at the various planets, and there's gonna be one that's like, it almost seems fine, but then like the randomly generated weather includes toxic storms or whatever. There's no copper on it. It's some other metal instead. The Loperites are gonna play No Man's Sky and they're never gonna find a good planet to build on. Basically. They're gonna be like, oh, this one is livable, and then it's like 99% water instead of like only 90% water. Punching Way, also good. Axing Way, also good. Axing Way is also in charge of, like, surveying the populace, because they asked a lot of questions. They took that pun to be literal instead of as a pun. This is my headcanon about the theoretical Axing Way. Yeah, the one where all the plants and animals are weird planks. They'll find stuff like that.
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears.
I think you mentioned that before, your search comment, and I forgot about it. So it would be perfect. Technically, any valid name is a valid Viera name, right? Because Viera, when they leave the forest, just choose their name. So it's theoretically possible for a Viera to have decided to choose a Loperit name. Either because they encountered the Loperits, or because they encountered that one person in the story who went by the codename Hummingway once. I forget when that happened, like a million years ago, probably. I think I just read about it recently, or something.
Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests.
Yeah, there's so many bad planets they could find. Salute.
Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide.
I feel like, even though Fortuno's kind of a butt, the proper decision here is anyone who wants to escape to the moon can. That's completely reasonable. I feel like just giving everyone the option to go to the moon seems fine. Nothing but Moogles on a planet.
Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks.
If you attach the moon, I think if you attach the moon to the planet, attach the moon to the theoretical Moogle planet. I thought you meant this one. Because I was gonna be like, I think the Calamity could probably take the space elevator a little bit, or the Apocalypse rather.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
I think if there were a planet where every part of the biology was Moogle placed, the planet would also be shaped like a Moogle's face and already have a palm. This is the way I understand space to work. Yeah, like Bomberman's planet. The double palm. Popstar's not bad. I mean, we already deal with the occasional nightmare apocalypse.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Popstar would be pretty good, actually. It'd be fine. Okay, having to fight Kirby, though, that's impossible. I think the Warrior of Light would be able to not be... I mean, like, boss fights in Kirby, you can't inhale them. I don't think the Warrior of Light would be susceptible to such a thing. Hopefully it's not Triple Deluxe era Kirby. I would prefer not to talk about that theoretical possibility.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palaka's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Starfall Fields, Extreme, is just Kirby standing in a field with a Meta Knight sword in front of him.
Oh no.
All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do?
It's the reverse ether. Actually, it's that other thing that you were talking about, probably. Before.
Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained. Ah, do you still have that flower?
Yes. It is currently not doing well. It is... No, I don't have it anymore, actually. I wasn't quick enough to take a picture of that one.
Accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place.
I was so sure that that flower was going to just be a recurring thing throughout the entire story, but now it's just dissolved.
You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive.
Y'shtola just raises her hand and is like, yeah, literally, for me. I liked that flower.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
At least half of the studies about Akasha are ones that are completely made up because they're sponsored by some product and are just being like, yeah, if you drink Pepsi, I couldn't think of a fake version of Pepsi, your Akasha will be happier and you will have more energy. We've learned this. We are sponsored by Pepsi. You know. Half of them are that kind of study, probably.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
The new caster class in Dawn Trail is actually Pepsi Man. This will not be explained.
You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
There's a non-zero chance that Pepsi Man could theoretically appear in Final Fantasy XIV in the future, given that they've done sponsorships with other food-type brands, including Pizza Hut and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Though I don't think Pepsi Man is often used as anything related to Pepsi anymore. Oh wait, yeah, we already had Pepsi Man. You're right. Never mind.
The direct translation of Akasha is the word meaning upper sky or space in Hinduism. The Nyaya and Vaishika schools of Hindu philosophy state that Akasha or ether is the fifth physical substance, which is the substratum of the quality of sound. Additionally, it is believed in conspiracy theory circles that Akasha is a force that holds memories in our world.
Huh. Interesting. I can't wait for the part in Dawn Trail where we go to the Void and then the Noid is there. A Void and the Noid. I don't know what I'm saying. Why am I saying words? Anyway, yeah, a Void, the Noid, exactly. There we go. Like, anyway. Also, I think I failed to say hello and welcome to some people, so hello and welcome to everyone who is here currently. I like the follow-up of they've done a fair number of FF7 references in this game as a connection to, as if the Void or the Noid was just in 7. But now that you mention it, a rotting pizza, I guess the Noid, there is a connection. I just like the idea of the Noid being an FF7 reference somehow, like, directly. I think in the fan game Yo Noid 2, like the hub area is just the Noid Void, so they also kind of did that pun. That soldier of the Radiant there, if I'm not mistaken, he accompanied Ahawan to Vanaspati. Could it be that he knew Vritra's identity all along? Let's find out. I have been entrusted with a message meant for you and your companions. When you're done speaking amongst yourselves, I would share it with you. We have no better, safer course of action to offer them than fleeing to the moon. Every sentence with moon in it is funny. Oof, they find 13 and decide to find another one. And yet, Vritra and his people love their home. There must be something we can do. Even were Vritra to acquiesce to their proposal, just how do the Sharlians intend to transport the nation's entire populace to the moon? We found one teleporter, so we don't really know that. Maybe they have a secret moon teleporter installed in the council room. Their solution sits ill with me, but if life has taught me anything, it's that there's little to be gained from arguing with Sharlians. We must take it upon ourselves to find a better way. In the theoretical event that we did all just escape to the moon and leave, there's like a 99% chance that the creatures of the apocalypse would
New in Final
chase
Fantasy
after
Rebirth
us.
2, Chadley will have you delivering pizzas under a new side quest. Yesterday evening, Anna, I went up, do you know where? Where this ungrateful heart cannot spite me anymore. Where the fire burns, but if you flee it lets you be. And it doesn't chase you, it doesn't burn you, to see the sky. Let's go up to the top, let's go, funicular up, funicular down.
What? What? My ignorance. Oh no. I can only assume that has something to do with the pizza song that has words similar to those last ones as the name of it, that is now associated with pizza in culture. You know the one. Yeah. I'm assuming the rest of it has something to do with that song. Okay. Under normal circumstances, the forum's proposal would be regarded as sheer madness, but when the sky burns, even madness can sound appealing. Doubtless Vritra is loath to abandon his home, and yet, absent other options, he cannot dismiss the option out of hand. Yeah, like, if I know anything from Phantasy Star Online 2's Bizarre Story, it's that Sucro should never go to Earth or Tokyo, and also that if you, well, in Phantasy Star in general, if you escape on a planet ship the people who drove you off your planet are gonna chase after you eventually, even if it takes like 1 to 2 to 3 to 10,000 years. They'll catch up at some point. I hope that Sukro doesn't emerge out of a computer into Tokyo at any point, though. Actually, you probably, for all I know, you probably end up going to Tokyo in the near raids that I didn't complete. Anyway, as far as we've come, and after all the horrors we've seen, there's still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be as Nidana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? No matter what my father and the forums say, giving up and abandoning this place cannot be our only recourse. There's a fake Tokyo and a boss throws a Square Enix office building at you. Okay. Well, it's still not Phantasy Star Online 2 Episode 4 levels of whatever that was. You also get run over by trains. Okay, now it's a little bit closer to Phantasy Star Online 2 Episode 4. But as long as the trains don't make a Hydra. I mean, that boss was cool, though. That wasn't a bad part of Episode 4. As long as nobody's mastered numbers. Wait, no, that's the entire Arcanist class. No, etc. Anyway, at World's End, there's a quest named At World's End at level 85 when the cap is 90. That's funny to me. Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency, the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vritra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merid's Mayan. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. Nod. Ah, and to you, Sukrofunk, there is someone we hope to introduce to you in particular. While I'm loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now. This must be important. Worry not, we'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. Oh, the beanstalk. That makes sense. Given that Super Mario RPG is being re-released soon-ish, there's a non-zero chance they'll do some kind of crossover with it. Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Put Culex in Final Fantasy XIV, cowards. Asterisk, we don't even know for sure if Culex is still gonna be in the remake. We saw the door in the latest trailer. But that doesn't mean that they didn't, like, swap Culex for Sephiroth or something. I was going to say it'd be funny if Mario fought Sephiroth, but that's already real. Yeah, exactly. Also, if they change the name of Sukrofunk, the move in Mario RPG, I'm gonna make a pout. I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be like this. And I'll go like, meh. You know, like that. Something like that, anyway. Access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to select few ever since the tower first disappeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Nod. I think I'd actually forgotten that the Aetheryte was not attunable prior to now. Someone is having fun jumping around and swinging the scythe. By the way, if you didn't know, actually, when you're a ninja and you have your weapons drawn, all your jumps are flips. I feel like this is an important detail to know, if you didn't know it. I feel like this is a good argument in favor of playing as a ninja. Now, while your weapons are not drawn, you have the normal jump. Maybe this is a reasonable time. I don't know. I feel like an important cutscene is probably about to happen. Maybe this is a reasonable time for a second break. Whoop. Also, it's like a moment of calm, which we haven't had too many of. So, well, that means, of course, it's time again. Is it this or that? Wait, what? Ghosts? I don't know why this is happening. I was gonna try and start one, but there's like... Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll wait for this to run out, and I'll manually start another one. The result of this one will have nothing to do with anything. They would have been that, though. All right. First of all, there might be a rate limit on them or something. But okay, first of all, I'll press this. Okay. It is not actually started, but now I will manually start it with my power. Thankfully, when you open the prediction menu, first of all, it does open the results of the previous one, so... Okay, so this only works in increments of 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, etc., etc. So this will be a short bet, relatively. Once this ticks down to 1 minute, I'll hit the start prediction button. I don't know why this didn't work, but it's gonna work now. I'll make it work. You have a minute to think about what you'll choose. In fact, I'll start it 5 seconds early. Got it. think I'll have to manually... I think I'll have to manually end this one as well. Unless I don't. I won't be doing another one of these in the stream because Ghost has done the prank. And then after this I will actually BRB. I have to observe this. I think I'll have to tell it which one wins. I don't know how this will work out. It was this, though. Which means I think I need to type prediction again, which is a word that I apparently struggle to not typo. And then I have to choose outcome. It was this. Complete prediction. Are you sure this is the correct outcome? Yes. I mean, I could just manually do that every time. Or any time that Ghost does a prank, but you know. Okay, now, like, for real, I will be right back. Now that we've witnessed whatever that was. I don't know why this happens. I can only assume there's some sort of weird limit. Because, like, when I did go into the prediction menu after the first one, it still brought up the results of the second one. Or, I mean, of the first one, when I tried to do the second one. Anyway, I'll be right back. I don't know why Ghost is breaking things so much. She's a prankster, that one.
Goes, constantly, without mercy or remorse, blank Q lol.
I am here again. The more I think about it, the more it seems likely that the theory of the rate limit on predictions would be correct. Because, like, something else was broken prior to the stream. It was that I did not have... something was not visible properly as it should be. Which means I did a lot of test predictions before the stream even started to try and figure out why it wasn't working. So I think there's a high chance that there's a limit on how many can be done. Or at least called automatically for whatever reason. I don't know why. Perhaps it would be wise to only do one this or that per stream or something on either the first or second break. I could be extra silly and have an event that happens during the first break, which is ghosts predicting whether it will be this or that, which is a separate 50% chance that means nothing in terms of the result, but will influence people to bet in one way or the other. It has... Well, there was another previous stream where the third attempt at it also didn't bring up the poll, so it wasn't... It hasn't been fine all of the time. Anyway. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the Hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Radzatan's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. I can't remember what the Monty Hall problem even is for some reason. Doman delegate. Oh, there's delegates from everywhere. Ah, so you're the one I've heard so much about. Ah, sorry, I was... Oh, Sucro Funk. Ishgard remembers, let there be no doubt. The Fury favors us this day that we may stand in the presence of a true hero. That's me, I'm a hero, and a cat. Wait, I know you. Ah, but forgive me, idle chatter can wait. Well, look who we have here. Word of your deeds in Radzatan has reached the Sultanate, so you know. The Liberator of Alamigo is always a welcome sight. If I can be of service in any way, just ask. Oh, I see. To think I would meet Doma's savior here in this distant land. I don't know why this music is here. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous Sucro Funk, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You have the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabat, please, you are speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and the savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon enough. More formally, then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-round good egg, I'm sure. What is this place? Who are you? This talk of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. Oh dear. What is this place?
Actually, Zodi got it backwards. It is 2 bad doors and 1 good door.
I'm not an egg, I'm a cat, yeah. I hear you've been to Kugane. Well, you have seen all sorts of foreign embassies and whatnot. Well, we've got them here in Radzatan, too. Other lands send delegates to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. There are many military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got representatives from Doma, Bao, Ul'dah and Alamigo, Salute, Limsalominsa. Salute. Gridania. Salute. And last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They're the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Radz-at-Han and their respective homelands. Also salute. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a woman in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. Nod. Sucro explaining things. I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you've observed, you've given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. It is contrary to what one would expect. Nod. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavner reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our Far Eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the bounty, including this island and Corvos. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout Allied lands, there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. Gasp. From what little we've learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Khazal. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. Nod. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radz-at-Han, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. Nod. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat, to the best of our abilities. Questioning head tilt. Aye, each nation has assembled their own groups of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawn as and when they appear. At the same time, they're doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. There might be a little bit of confusion in Ishgard now that you mention it. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Nod. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength and help us slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Thinking. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. Nod. I just noticed you have heterochromia there, Chirabot. You have one blue eye and one green eye. Though that is a feature of this game, it's not terribly common amongst NPCs. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh? You've gained oh, these are the role quests! That makes a lot of sense. A separate quest line and story is available for tank, melee, DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer. That makes a lot of sense. I like that integration of role quests. To undertake these, speak with any of the delegates and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. Right, you were speculating it would take one or two streams maybe. Okay, so Gridania is tank then. Let's see what all of these are about. Ishgard is magical range DPS, excluding Blue Mage. Doma is physical range DPS. Oh, these all have to deal with like the leaders and stuff too, because there's a Hien, and this one has why am I blanking on everyone's names right now? Emmerich, yeah. Fordola and Rauban and Arenvald. Healer for Alamigo. Hey, wait, Ul'dah doesn't have one. Oh wait, no, these two are together. Ul'dah and Alamigo, that makes sense. Gridania is tank, as mentioned. And Lominsa is melee. That's Merlvib there, and somebody who I don't immediately know who that is. And of course, that's Kane Senna. So, okay, I wonder when to do these. Probably, I think it was said that it would make sense to do all of these at once now, or like in 6.0. Not necessarily right this second. Do you think it would be better to see the feast first or to do all of this first? Knowers of the game, I ask you this. Feast first, then this. Also, do we all agree that the magic DPS might be the best one to start with? I will take advice on this. Sure. Willing to hear other opinions as well. Think so? Okay, so we've got 3 that say that seems fine. Or good. The only opinion regarding the feast the opinions regarding the feast appear to be 1, it doesn't really matter, and 1, do the feast first. So I guess that, and then we'll start these? Does that seem correct? I do have a job for every one of these prepared already, for the record. So I can do all of these immediately. Do the feast before I'll do the stream now. I mean the feast now, then. They do say, yeah. Pray forgive Shira about her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the man? I know Razat hand like the back of my hand, or I have a terrible sense of direction. Well, the second one is true. Truly, a remarkable weakness for such a well-traveled adventurer. Anyway, you can either use the Ethernet or go by foot via the Aetheryte Plaza. Yeah, it does seem reasonable to end with the feast and then start the role quests next time, though I didn't explicitly say that before that. Rods at hand, like the back of my hand, yeah. From there, cross through the Belshan Bazaar and continue down the passage. You'll find yourself right in front of the Mayan. When you arrive, pray request the drink of your choice. Merid says that tonight it's on the house. With that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Razatan in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahewan's legacy and serve Master Reacher well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Alright, so we've agreed feast, then the role quests, possibly next stream, though I could probably continue for a bit more and start one of them. Do we have any opinions on the order of role quests after the magical DPS one? Because we seem to agree that that one is a good starting point. Do we have any strong opinions on, like, second one or last one? Or is it just magical DPS, then whatever else in whatever order is fine? Healer after magical DPS? Okay. Don't do healer last. Okay. Okay, this is a correct way to go. Melee DPS weakest. Don't do it last to finish on a stronger note. This is like one of those puzzles where you have to sort out the order of things. We have to figure out like who's the eldest of a family or whatever. Range DPS always lies. Who always tells the truth? I definitely need to go around and attune to more Ethernet spots also. Everyone is waiting. How was your meeting with the Radiant? I would love to hear more. Good you could join us. Milil over there will be happy to take your order. So what do we have so far? We have shish kebab type thing. We have banana and pear. We have pita bread. And perhaps various dips or soups. Hummus or the like. Istinian, you're allowed to sit down, you know. The threat here has been quelled, but our job's only just begun. I'm overdue for a good meal. Forgive me for not wanting to make a toast. My throat was utterly parched. Naan and curry. Yeah, that makes more sense. It just resembles pita bread as well. And I don't know a lot about a lot of things, so it was the first thing I thought. Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kazal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are a Merid's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? Chai, wine, or water. I was really hoping they wouldn't make Sucro have an alcohol, but does Sucro want tea or water? I also appreciate this. Just water. As you wish, pray join your friends and I will bring you your drink. Your drink is on its way. Please have a seat. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Explain. Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? I do really appreciate that they let you choose your drink.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
Does that mean that there's 3 viewable variants of this scene with different drink orders? That'd be funny.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true, as it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Well, that's a bummer.
Here's your order, friend.
Thank you. That's water.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
If there are 3 variations of this scene that you can watch that are all just different drink orders that are like different container and slightly different liquid, that would be funny. But the choice is made outside of the cutscene, so if you order alcohol, it comes with a little lime wedge.
If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing.
There was a lime wedge on someone's drink.
We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control.
We have to find a final boss to go and hit with the sword, so we can win.
Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
Good question.
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days.
Maybe we should try to stop relying on God. I don't know.
Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel.
That too.
Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate.
I'm pretty sure that I heard her laughing evilly while I saw the planet crumble in a vision. So maybe we don't ask her about anything?
Even the flower she gave us is no more.
Yeah, that also happened. I'm remembering it. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name. Yeah, maybe that's a lead. Elpis. Gasp! Flower was called Elpis. Does that mean anything?
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
I don't think you read any records that were terribly relevant to flowers, though.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Or are there? Says
Not
Graha
alive as
immediately.
such, but not quite dead.
Everyone turns to look at Graha. So can we assume from the table layout that Graha... Elidibus. Can we assume from the table that Graha ordered the wine because there's a lime wedge on the mug in front of him? Well, not mug, container.
I sealed him in the White Horus site of the Crystal Tower back on the 1st.
I forgot you did that. I forgot you sealed him and he wasn't just obliterated.
Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea, naught may remain of his soul.
Huh?
However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there.
I also did not expect we would go back to the 1st for any reason.
I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
It's worth a try. It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well, or if there truly is no other way, it would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well. I don't think Graha chose the cup.
That would mean much to me.
I think he made an order and then they gave him a cup that was very large and he was like, oh. Just like whenever you order from any restaurant in the world of reality, you get a proportion size that is too much. At least that's in my experience.
If nothing else, should we learn the First is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least.
If we go to the first and it's just like a blank void with nothing there, that's gonna be
why we're fortunate
concerning.
to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary
I'm
preparations.
sorry, it's
for our
always funny.
departure, should it come to it.
It's good that we have Urianger on the moon. God, I hope Dementio doesn't show up and kill me. That would suck. I'd be like, dang it, shucks. Super Paper Sucro would be good though, probably.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
I think it's very funny that we were like, okay, we could do all the role quests after the feast, but the feast is immediately like, hey, do you want to do something that really makes you want to continue the main story quest right now?
Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger on the moon.
Exactly. But yeah, this is immediately making me want to continue the main story instead, because I want to check up on the first. I didn't think that would happen. I like the people there. First is cool.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the Ethereal Sea.
They did find
And I will
Hydaelyn
visit
there.
the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
It does seem like the team is splitting up to do a whole bunch of things, so this is like a correct time for a break. Whether that means a break away from the game, as was mentioned, or like a break to do the role quests and whatnot. It does make sense in the story for this to be the like
Unease, terror,
side quest time.
Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to Harrius time and time again. But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
This is also important to remember in real life. Smile. Smile.
So ends the brief respite before the
Nod.
next revelation.
Yeah, you're not alone. Nod.
Yes. So much left for you to see.
Everyone is smiling. Many people are nodding.
Where beginning ends and end begins.
Hades, what are you talking about? Let me have my water, please. I'm trying to hydrate. Hades, stop narrating into my brain. Station identifier speech? That just makes me think.
Hades says the real Endwalker of Souls begins here.
Oh, we are now halfway through. I guess that makes sense. When you said station identifier speech, you just made me imagine him being like the recorded voice on the train that tells you when you're going to get to your next stop or whatever. The final days. How far has the phenomenon spread and how does it manifest itself in each land? I must reach out to my friends in each nation and find out all I can. Ah. Stretch. Well, I suppose I do feel better on a full stomach after all. Burning skies? Blasphemies? Not if I've got anything to say about it. Beasts and blasphemies may be running amok in nearby lands outside the influence of Radzatan and the Alliance. If so, I may need to go hunting. I want to hear Hades narrate both trains and radio stations. If the forum truly has been spurred to action by Heidelin's prophecy, then is it not odd that the anti-tower was entrusted to Master Matoya, who bears them no love? No doubt she has a reason for this, and I would know what it is. Nothing like a feast to lift the spirits. I trust you enjoyed yourself as well? Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? Determined. And in that case, it's time we attended to our tasks. When you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. If I go to the first and Reen and Gaia is not there, I'm going to send a formal complaint. Oh, higher. That is also a lyric from song. I should see what title I get from this. Vritra's Valiant, that makes sense. I will get to the quest step that says go to the first now. Take this, Sucro, my spirit vessel. It's okay, fair enough. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the sensor gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Nod. Well, we'd best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. The password is Nya. Thancred determined emote. Okay. I really did not expect going back to the first, and that's really cool. Oh, it's not a key item. They're doing a lot where they're not giving you key items of key items anymore. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so... there's a lot of places I haven't attuned to, including the place that I need to be at. So I haven't attuned there. I just want to keep playing the video game because I like it a lot. But I'm unsure of how wise that would be at this time. Usually still going to make me think about Meteos every time that I pass through it and see the name and think about the name. I will at least go attuned to everything. That seems important. So... lots of things are happening over here. What are you antagonistic about? What are you looking at? This ain't none of your business. I beg of you, please give me back the ring. Settle down, I say. There's an entire side quest that we're not privy to happening here. Unless it's one of the... unless it's the side quest that's like literally right here. Oh, it is. This is the really difficult sneaking quest you mentioned. I'll probably not do that one. I am very curious if the ability for the rogue slash ninja, well, I mean, of course it would have to be the ninja. I guess you could unequip your jobstone. The point is, I wonder if their hide ability actually does anything at all for the sneaking quests. I think it would be a very fun detail if it did something. It would be understandable from a game design perspective, perhaps, if it did not do anything. But also, I feel like it wouldn't be game-breaking to make it actually do something, and it would be a cool Easter egg slash detail to include. So, okay, we've concluded with regards to these quests. Yeah, that would be kind of against the... you're right, I think. So we've concluded with these quests. Magical DPS should probably be the first one. Healer seems like a good second one. Okay, where else have I not attuned? Crucible. Makes sense, I guess. So, right, range, no, hold on. Magical DPS first, healer second. There was a suggestion for ranged DPS to be the last one, I think. It was stated that melee DPS might be one of the weaker ones. Tank has to be somewhere in the middle there, then. How many different ones are there? There would have to be 5, I guess. So yeah, magic, healer, tank or melee, melee or tank, ranged. We've got an order. Do you think we should put the most one in the center or like right before the end? I feel like I think magic DPS, healer, melee DPS, tank, ranged to DPS sounds reasonable. So we've got kind of like a... Yeah. Kind of like a, yeah, you know. Will I forget this order? Partway through it? Probably. So, yeah, it puts the most one directly in the center. So we don't have to, like, hope for the last one to be a higher note. We sort of like swoop down into the valley and rise out of it, you know? Like Mario with the cape. When he goes, Mario. You know. The famous sound of Mario. I suppose my next question is, should I start roll quests now, or does it seem like a lot wiser for this to be an endpoint? Because I would like to keep playing, but I would also like to be smart about not playing too much, I suppose. If I remember anything about role quests from Shadowbringers, I feel like we can reasonably, possibly expect each one of these quest lines to take an entire stream. I don't think I'll be doing more. I think we might be spending the next, like, 2 weeks on these. Possibly. Yeah, I think it's probably reasonable to stop now. Hey, is the Baldessian Annex still ominous, I wonder? Right, we haven't gone to a lot of Labyrinthos yet. I'm sure we'll be going back there eventually. The Central Circuit. Right, there was stuff we weren't... Kokel's Forge? There's gonna be a lot going on in Labyrinthos that we don't know about yet, huh? That sounds fascinating. I got distracted. Is the music in here okay? Yay, it's happy again. Anyone in here? No? For a second I thought that this chair was somebody, but it's not. It's a chair. It could be somebody in disguise as a chair, but I wouldn't know. Right, you have to talk to Ojika Sunjika. That makes sense. Okay, so this seems like a reasonable stopping point. Presumably, next stream, I will be starting the role quests, and that will be the themes of the streams for a while. Which means that Sucro will be... Well, next time she will be a summoner. And then after that, she will be Scholar. And then after that, Reaper, I guess. Which is still not canon. And then after that, Paladin again, and then after that, Dancer. These outfits might change by then, I don't know. It is unknown. I should probably... I have some money. I should maybe try and make sure all the equipment is up to par a bit more. I don't know. There's a non-zero chance that I'll somehow get Ninja to 90 before the melee DPS one, but I doubt it. Also, I don't know if I'm gonna continue liking Ninja for the entire time. Anyway. You did all of these on a different job from the one I'll be using? For the most part, other than Paladin, I've basically chosen the easiest classes to get to 90 because like Summoner and Scholar level together. Reaper was the highest level melee DPS to start. I sold an Exarchic Bracelet of Slaying. Dancer is the highest range DPS at its starting level. So I've actually, other than Paladin, like if I had stuck with Gunbreaker, then I would have literally done like the least amount of work possible to have 90s in every category, which is funny to me. But yeah. Gunbreaker was too many buttons for my hand pain that I have sometimes, which I haven't had recently, but I shouldn't just say that because that will jinx it. Anyway, this has been Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. A lot of things happened, and a lot of things are going to continue to happen probably. Yep. World started ending. I don't know what else to say about that. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Here's the screen that says thanks for watching on it. Yeah, that's basically the subtitle of the subtitle, isn't it? If you're interested in the various links for social media or donation reasons, borealrobin.card with 2rs.co. I don't even know if I need to say this every time. Also, following and subscribing is helpful too, but also just viewership and being here and saying stuff or not saying stuff or whatever, also helpful. Thank you all, and have a good rest of your day or night. I'm giving thumbs up that you can't see, and I will see you on the next stream, which will hopefully be on Wednesday and probably be more of this. Will I get back to Pikmin 4 eventually? Will I stream other things? I don't know. It is a mystery, but I'll see you at the next stream, whatever that is and whenever it is. Sucro's a cat. Thank you, Sucro Facts Corner. Good night, everyone.